Welcome to the hot shop here at the Museum of Glass. We are ladling glass. We'll take it from our furnace. Sarah will cut off the extra glass swiftly because it cools. And then we'll pour it into the mold there. We have these Native American faces. And now what Trenton will do, he'll go in with this torch and he'll just slowly cure the edges. You don't want, and he's also like blasting some of the bubbles out at the same time. The hotter it gets, the better. We'll reduce some of the air inside. So we have oxygen just due to scooping it. And the oxygen, of course, will be formed as bubbles. They'll start to try to come to the surface as we heat them with the hot torch. And this is great. We want them to come to the surface so we can pop them and reduce how much bubbles we accidentally may have scooped into the mold. So this is an artist known as Marvin Oliver. He is no longer with us, but for the King County Arts Commission, today we are casting glass faces for his sculpture, Spirit of Our Youth, which will be inserted into the sides of the fin. And that's a 26-foot bronze sculpture outside of the main entrance to the Youth Detention Facility in Seattle. The cast glass faces will be mirrored and inserted into the sculpture. The mold was created with a wood-carved positive, and then we made a graphite mold for casting purposes. We initially cast the face in glass, but due to the size of the faces, they would not hold their shape. So Marvin, he worked in glass, bronze, steel, and paper. He was a mastermind of ideas integrating materials into his glass that would add texture, relief, and beauty. He constantly was pushing the envelope with new materials, size, and techniques. His motto was always work with the best technicians to create the best sculptures. He's known for his large-scale public works, as well as his works in glass in both public and private collections around the world. The Tacoma Art Museum has several of Marvin's pieces within their collection. He worked for the University of Washington as a professor, and he taught the Native American studies. As his legacy lives on, you're able to see some of his work come alive here in the hot shop. So what we'll do is allow that glass to chill and for that mold to take the image from the surface of the graphite mold. So we'll allow that glass to take the negative, turn it into a positive. So we have to allow it to set itself up. That's why we turn the lights down, because the glass is clear and it's hard to see if it's cooling down with the lights on brighter. So it's hard to visually read how cool it has become. Can we please see the furnace diagram to learn a little bit more about the furnace? So today we are working from our furnace here, which are these two silver ovens with the black doors. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. So we'll put it onto the pad there, the wooden pad, and then we're gonna walk it around to the oven. Or we're just gonna let it cool down. We'll just let them chill over there, and then we'll ladle out another one. They have to be very cool until, or if we put them into the annealers too early, they could take the shape, or that they could melt to the surface. They won't tap, but they will melt and take on the surface of the annealing oven. So we don't want them to take that. So we'll just let them, set themselves up. You can see some of Marvin's past works on the big screen there. He lived and worked in the Seattle area for many, many years. Like I said, as a professor at the University of Washington. His early works were in glass, were cast glass under the direction of Paul Marioni and Ann Trotner. Then it sprang into flat panels of petroglyphs to glass baskets of similar design. All were quite large in scale, so his team of support gaffers had to know what they were doing. Marvin had a cohesive group included Rich Royo, Eric Wall, Levi Belber, Dante Marioni, and Dan Friday, to name a few. So Marvin's team consisted of Eric in the navy blue shirt, and then Levi with the cool suspenders, or the cool, suspenders on. So these people worked with him many, many, many moons ago while he was still with us. And it's really awesome to see his work still be created in honor of his name and legacy. Welcome to the hot shop. We are casting glass this morning, which means we are pouring glass into a graphite mold for a local Seattle artist, Marvin Oliver. This is for the King County Arts Commission. It'll be these images that we are casting in glass will become their faces, and they will become a part of a 26-foot sculpture outside of the youth detention facility in Seattle. So we have to have a rest period in between taking the glass out of the graphite mold and then putting more glass in because it's hot. I can kind of see the heat rising off of it a bit, but in a moment we'll get started again. As you can see, they have on protective gear such as Kevlar gloves or the Moon Man suit and the silver jacket. Scooping that glass out of the furnace is very, very hot. It rests at 2,100 degrees. Can we see the furnace diagram? So for those of you who just, joined us in the hot shop, welcome. So we're scooping all of the glass from the furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So now, as we get started, we will get the ladles. The ladles are these super duper long spoons, basically. We'll open the furnace door, and then we'll go in and start scooping. Thank you. Go in. He'll close it because it is so hot that he wants to protect all the heat from shooting at Levi. And then Cheryl will go in and cut the extra glass off. If not, it will continue to spill, but it'll chill as it spills and it'll become stuck on there. Like, not super duper stuck, but hardened. You don't want that. It's always fun to see the glass be poured because it's not something that we always do here in the hot shop. But it's good to see how it transforms so quickly from a liquid to a solid. Glass is an amorphous solid, so it has the ability to go from liquid to solid and then back to liquid. It looks orange. It's really just clear. And then Trenton will go in with this hot torch, and what he's doing is he's hitting it where all the bubbles might be to help bring the oxygen to the surface and pop the bubbles. It's super duper hot. As you can see, he's shielding himself. So as he releases some of the oxygen that's pent up within the glass layers, he'll then go around this the circumference of the circle, and he'll just heat the ring to be able to cure the edges, because you don't want the edges to be too sharp when they chill down. So as we continue to build the faces, they will become, they'll be placed into a bronze sculpture that'll be 26 foot tall. feet tall outside of the entrance of the youth detention facility in Seattle. It is titled The Spirit of Our Youth. The cast faces will be mirrored and inserted into the sculpture. And so just mirrored as in a mirror that you would look in, so silvered, so it'll have a silver finish, either on the back or, I'm pretty sure the back. I'd have to clarify that for you all in a moment. Can we see some of Marvin's past works? So there on the big screen, the large hanging sculpture of an orca is called The Mystical Journey. And this is an 8-ton sculpture that hangs in the ambulatory wing at the Children's Hospital. This piece was created with fused glass, steel, and cast glass. Jeremy Lepisto and his partner at the time, Mel, assisted in the grand visual masterpiece. And then you'll see some other items of some other glass pieces of Martin's past works. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. And there you can see a similar version of this. It may not be to scale, but there you'll see some of his past works. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. So what we'll do is take it away, and as we take it away, it'll go into an oven that rests at a certain temperature, a higher temperature, maybe a little bit below 1,000 degrees, and they'll rest sometimes overnight, but when they're thick like this, it could be more than 24 hours, and then it'll bring it back down to room temperature, and we'll be able to take it out and use it for the next step of the process. So here in the hot shop, there are many different ways of people and what's being made. So sometimes we'll have, commission-based work, which is what you're looking at today. Our manufacturer of the process, Levi, in the silver jacket there. He rented the shop for the day so he can work with our team and produce. The hot shop here is so grand that you can't find this type of hot shop just anywhere out there. So people want to work in this in this specific facility. And then depending on if we have a visiting artist, like last week we had visiting artists come, and she brought her visions of what she wanted, and then we produced that in the hot shop with her. And then when there's not a visiting artist or when there's not a renting artist producing for a commission-based project, the museum team works. And we're here Wednesday through Sunday producing all different types of glass art for the store or smaller scale private items for maybe local organizations. So on week. So this weekend here at the Museum of Glass, we have a joint venture happening on 4/19 and 4/20. And if you're interested in coming to hang out with us and learn about soft glass and borosilicate rigs being created, you'll be able to come and enjoy that. And then on Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m., we're open late and we'll be here flame working and creating different types of bongs here in the hot shop, different rigs, so items for the 420 weekend. We'll also have food trucks, music, a beer garden, and that's 4/19 this Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m. Oh, there you are. The joint venture will be here making soft glass pipes and borosilicate rigs in the hot shop. So come and hang out with us to learn more about that process. So what we're doing now is we're allowing for the mold to cool down. So there'll be like, a cooling period before we pour more molten glass into the mold. And so as you can see, we have the fan. So we just have to give it a moment. We have to rest before we're able to re-pour another face. These faces were designed by the Coast Salish Native American artist Marvin Oliver. It is for the Spirit of Our Youth 26-foot bronze sculpture, which is outside of the youth detention facility in Seattle. The cast faces will be mirrored and inserted into the sculpture. The mold was initially created with wood in positive, and then it was made into a graphite mold for purposes of casting. Graphite is better than steel when you want to pour glass inside of it. The steel stresses the glass out. The graphite keeps it nice and positive interaction, nice and happy. Marvin, in his early works in glass, were cast glass under the direction of Paul Marioni and Trotner, and then it sprang into flat panels and to petroglyphs to glass baskets of similar design. They were all quite large in scale, so his team of support had to know what they were doing. Marvin had a cohesive group which included Rich Royal, Eric Wall, Levi Belber, Dante Marioni, and Dan Friday, to name a few. And all of these artists are great, well-known artists, glass artists here in the area. This is Levi, and that's Eric. And so you're able to still see people working to keep his legacy going and alive. He's no longer with us, but when he was with us, he worked as a professor at the University of Washington, and he taught Native American studies. So when these cool all the way down, they will then be like sanded, and then they will have a mirror adhered to the back of them. So then they'll have like a really pretty shimmering effect when they are placed onto this 26-foot sculpture. The sculpture is known as Spirit of Our Youth. We are making glass for Marvin Oliver. He was a Native American Coast Salish native. He passed on from cancer, but this project is for the King County Arts Commission. And so the Spirit of Our Youth will be, like I said, outside of the youth detention facility. You can see some that are fully cooled down there on the big screen. Yeah, it's so
I built
nice.
this part too. The part they're installing, that's at Children's Hospital. Anyway. Okay.
Oh, let me get a pen. Hold on. Because we're gonna come there. Okay, what's your email?
It's Mark, M-A-R-K, letter R, Mark R1 at Q.com. It's the letter Q. Mark R1 at Q.com.
Oh, okay.
You want my number also?
Sure.
It's 206-265-9005.
That means you know Susan Warner. She directs the education department.
Has she been here a really long time?
Yeah.
I know who she is.
Yeah, so she will come. We need to take a field trip up here. So do you mind showing all of us around?
No, make sure you get hold of the director. Jessica is the director. Because I think that would be really good for Jessica to be there, you know. Yeah, we don't really have a connection with here. We don't have a connection with the shack up in Everett. Places are all, they do similar things, but there's no cohesive group. Yeah. I know Jessica's been trying to bring in more community groups and stuff. Like we have a little kids class and they're building boats. And they come in to build a boat. It's called Oh, they're pretty cool. You went to school there at the BIPOC? like that for little kids. I have a big garden, and they come over to my garden all the time. So I have peanuts, and they crack peanuts in the shell and sit there at just my table. But he's a cool guy. He's got tattoos from his neck to his ankles, man. He's in LA still. Yeah. He has a blog, and he has a jazz blog too. Yeah, he did. You know, he's doing screenwriting for Hollywood too. But I know someone that he's a screenwriter. He told me that his screenwriting is so damn good. He's like so smart, real smart. Yeah, and he'll have all the shit too. Well, that's good. You have a good life.
So as it rests here, we'll then scoop it off with that big wooden and catch it with a big wooden plate there. We have to turn the lights down. Usually it's not very dim like this in here, but we need to be able to read as it cools down visually. That orange color starts to fade, and we're able to see how many bubbles are inside of it or how many bubbles we've removed. And then we'll just give it a little flash so it's nice and happy on some parts that are cooler than that core. And then if it passes quality control, we'll put it into an oven where it'll cool down overnight. This is a work of Marvin Oliver's. He was a Seattle-based artist. He's no longer with us, but his work is still being produced for the King County Arts Commission specifically today. When these are fully cooled down, we'll place some mirror on the back of it. Alrighty, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. So here, that we scooped it off on, that was just a wooden plate, just wood, nice and thick. It can withstand those high temperatures. As you can see, it burns, but it won't catch on fire. It's just a face. It's just a thick, solid face. It's not functional. It's for a sculpture it's called The Spirit of Our Youth, designed by Marvin Oliver, and it'll be outside of the Seattle Youth Detention Facility. Yeah. It'll be a 26-foot tall sculpture. Welcome into the hot shop. Come on in and have a seat and hang out with us for a bit. We are creating Marvin Oliver's Native American faces, and that process is very interesting because it deals with pouring glass into a graphite mold to get a positive glass face. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see the intricate details that are within that graphite mold. So within those furnaces, it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So we'll go in with our ladle, scoop the glass. It's like scooping out honey out of a jar. Sarah has to clip it because as it spills over the top, when it starts to chill, it'll harden, and we don't want any hard chunks of glass inside of the mold there. So Nick will go in with his shears. It's really cool to see how glass is able to go from a liquid state to a solid state so quickly. But glass is an amorphous solid, and so it can go back to a liquid state after it has been chilled into a solid. Can we see the furnace diagram? So that furnace there, it rests at about 2,100 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. Can we see the furnace diagram to learn a little bit more about the furnace? It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. As you can see, that green part is the ceramic crucible, and then the orange part there is the molten glass that it's about 2,100 degrees. And then when we pour it out, within about, a 10-minute time frame, it'll start to harden up. What we're doing is we're torching it to extract all those bubbles. That oxygen will come to the surface. We want to pop as many as the larger size bubbles as we can. We don't want air to be captured in there. It'll increase the ability for the glass to stress out and potentially crack at a different point in time. These items are being created by Marvin's team as of for today. Back in the day when Marvin was working and he was still with us, he worked with Eric and Levi. I don't see Levi. Levi had on the silver jacket. This is for the King County Arts Commission. It is the spirit of our youth, which will be a 26-foot sculpture comprised of these face images that'll be outside of the youth detention facility in Seattle. Marvin works with different mediums such as bronze, paper, glass, and he makes these really, really beautiful sculptures where he lays glass into the structures of the bronze from different type of fusions of glass, cast glass also. He taught in the Seattle area as a professor at the University of Washington. He taught Native American studies. And as this glass cools, we have to allow it just to rest. So glass is always kind of a hurry up and then wait. And then hurry up and put it away so it doesn't chill and crack, right? And so what we're going to do today is observe it cooling down. Because the environment is bright when all the lights are on, we have to turn the lights down, so that's why it's dim in here. And so because it's dim, because we need to be able to read how the glass is cooling. We can't see it as well when it's bright. That orange radiant, it doesn't translate as well in the bright light. So that's why we've turned the lights down, so we can see where the glass is chilling at properly. Right now, it is still way too hot to put away. So as it cools back to the clear with a hue of orange below, that's how we'll know when to put the glass away. He's torching it around the way. He's just keeping it nice and warm happily because those top layers are cooler than the bottom layers. So we're helping it cool down evenly. Huh? Can we please see some of Marvin's past works? So there's an image of one of the cooler pieces of these faces that we're making. So today, everything that we're doing is solid, but when we're blowing glass, we actually use our reheating chambers. We use a 6-foot rod, about 5.5, 6 feet. That's a blowpipe, and we're blowing glass. It's just that today we're not, due to the nature of how the process needs to be for these specific items. But typically, we do blow glass here, and you can always watch online. You can always watch from Wednesday through Sunday, 10 to 5. We're live streaming the process. So you can go online to our website now and watch what's happening. Just that today we are not blowing glass due to the type of process needed to complete the 26-foot sculpture. So these faces will be mounted into a 26-foot sculpture known as the Spirit of Our Youth. Levi here is the artist that rented the hot shop to be produced. He also worked with Marvin back in the day when Marvin was still with us. And so it's really nice to see his legacy be carried out by the hands that he potentially taught at one point in time. And so they're able to create an essence of Marvin and bring his work back, into the community for the King County, Arts Commission. And so as it's cooled down, you see how that core is no longer piping hot orange. You'll have that really pretty glow. You can see that it's clear. It'll be clear when it's all the way cool. And then from here, when it's ready, we'll flip it out like a pizza pie onto the wood. And then we have to put it into a annealing oven where it'll cool back down to room temperature. It bakes back down to room temperature, and then it'll be available when it's done baking back down. And we can't leave it in the natural environment due to shock, because glass has layers like an onion. And as those inner layers and those outer layers cool, when they meet, they have to meet at a happy temperature or they'll combust. And they won't blow up immediately, but they will crack and break over time. So we bake our glass down properly here to reduce how much cracking it could have at any point in time later. So as you can see, Levi has on the Kevlar jacket. This will help him from physically being harmed, but trust and believe you can never escape these high temperatures. That piece of glass is probably still soaring above 1,500 degrees. It is hot, hot. So now you'll be able to see the face. Look up on the big screen. So if you look at the big screen, you'll be able to see a bit better. It's cool enough now to where we'll be able to give them a big round of applause. They're going to put it away. No, so they're taking it around the corner and they're placing it into the annealing ovens. The annealing ovens are the black boxes here. We have more in the back of the hot shop just because there's more space back there. These ovens, they rest at about 890 degrees or higher. And so let me ask how long it'll take for these to cool down. So some things that we make cool down overnight, 12 hours, 24 hours. These are going to take 36 hours, so 3 days of cooling, and then we'll be able to see them in 3 days. And then the back of them will get sandblasted, and then they'll have a circle mirror that's laminated to the back of these. So then when they are on that 26-foot sculpture, they'll have a really pretty shimmer in the light. Once again, this is a commission for Marvin Oliver. He's a coastal Salish Native American artist who has worked with all the many, many different well-known Seattle-based glass artists within his career and time with us here in Seattle. Can we see some of Marvin's past works? So as we continue to scoop the glass out of the furnace here, we have to refill the furnaces. And so that process is known as charging the furnace. So our hot shop technician, the man Nick in the red thermal, he controls the ovens, he controls the furnaces. If he's home and the furnaces have like a malfunction, it'll text him, and so he can come and check on it. So it's all computerized, so it's safe at a distance. No one has to stay here all the time with these furnaces when they're on. It's just kind of like having the oven on at home. As long as there's nothing in it, it's harmless, you know? And so when the levels start to get low, like after today, that furnace, the levels are gonna be super low. So there's a process that the hot shop technician has to do to refill our furnace levels, and that is known as charging the furnace. After we're done going through the images, can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Welcome to the Hot Shop for those of you who just joined. I hope you're having a happy Wednesday. So right now, this graphite mold is super duper hot. So we're cooling it down with the fan. We're going to scoop glass out of the furnace that I just showed you the video about. We're going to scoop glass out of the furnace, lay it into the mold, and we're going to create a face. What you're looking at on the big screen are some past images of Marvin Oliver's work. Marvin Oliver was a professor at the University of Washington. He also has made glass art within the Seattle area and beyond, you know, all over the world for many, many years. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us, but people from his team are, and so they continue to create work in his honor and for his legacy. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, raise your hand, shout out your question. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Right now, we're just resting. We're just allowing our mold to cool down, and then we're going to scoop the glass out, and you'll be able to see some of the materials move. So now we'll go in, we'll ladle the glass out, and dipping into this furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass is nice, ooey and gooey, and it just wants to run rampant as it spills over the ladles. Sarah has to cut it because if not, if she doesn't clean up the perimeter, it'll get hard, and we don't want hard cords of glass inside as it chills inside the face. So we're casting glass into a graphite mold. The graphite mold was made from a positive wood mold. Graphite is the materials that you use in your pencils. This is just a really thick version of it. This is for Marvin Oliver. He was a Native American Coastal Salish University of Washington professor here in the, Seattle area. He worked in glass for many years. He worked with glass and paper and bronze. And he said it's really important to have a good technician on your team. They can build molds well, they can build structures well, and he paired the structures with the glass so they're able to stand tall or wide. So what Trenton is doing is he's flashing that glass. And mind you, that glass is 2,100 degrees. It's scorching hot. Like, it's uncomfortable to stand in that position and torch this glass. And so what he's doing, the reason why he's torching it is because he's trying to capture and bring as many air bubbles as he can to the surface. All the larger bubbles, he needs to pop. So he's popping air bubbles right now. The smaller bubbles are okay. The larger bubbles, we don't want that negative space in the glass because it'll interfere with the cooling process and it might crack the glass. So we'll allow it to cool down. The reason why the room is so dimly lit is so we can watch the glass chill. We can't see it as well when the lights are on. The refraction interferes with the visual of the thermal energy as it slowly moves out. So as the glass cools down, he'll heat the perimeter of the glass just to make sure that it's not cooling and it's sharp. So he's curing the edges. And then when he goes over it with a little flash of heat at the top, that's just to keep all the heat evenly distributed as it cools down. It still has to cool down evenly. So now that you see it, it's fully cooled down. We're able to see just a hue of orange, which then lets us know it is ready to be flipped out of the graphite mold. And then onto the wooden paddle. It's like making a pizza at this point, and then we shift it onto there and it goes into the oven. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. So that is what happens when the glass is only clear. And I just wanted to give you guys an idea of how glass gets color. And so there's different process that we can apply here at the museum to clear glass to add color to the glass. And one process is known as color overlay. And so what that means is that we'll take bars of solid color and lay them over a small bubble to create color in the glass. Can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about glass and how it gets its color? So after we've been able to learn a bit about the clear glass and watching it cool here in the hot shop, can we see the color overlay video to learn about how the glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel Marva, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now that the mold has cooled down, we'll prepare ourselves to scoop the glass. All right. So we'll prepare ourselves to scoop the glass out of the furnace. All right, in with our ladles. And then we'll dip in that furnace there. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and that glass moves just like honey. And so as it cools, it'll start to get really stiff. So Sarah will cut it so there's no like stringers hanging out. We don't want stringers in the poured glass. So as you can see, she's cutting it. We'll pour it into this mold, which is a face. It's a Native American face. That furnace there, it rests at about 2,100 degrees, so it's piping hot. That's why you see the door gets closed and opened rather quickly. We have the lights very dim here in this setting, so we're able to read the heat. If the lights were brighter, which they typically are, that will prevent us from being able to fully understand at what heat or at what temperature the glass is resting at as it cools down. So now Trenton will go in with the hot torch to then remove the extra bubbles. So he's pulling the oxygen to the surface. The oxygen wants the heat, so as it glides to the surface, he'll pop the bubble. We don't want larger bubbles inside of the glass, and that is because those voids will interfere with the cooling process, and they could potentially shock and crack the glass. You can see how hot that glass is, all the radiant energy, because the paddle starts to smoke. And so that's just how much heat is blasting upwards toward Trent. He's even very hot. Like, he may have on protection, but that's just to protect his skin from physically being burned. But it is still super duper hot to be standing over that pool of hot glass. I think some really cool facts about glass is that it's an amorphous solid. So when heated up, it gets nice and liquidy, but then when cooled down, it becomes super duper tough like a brick. But even from this point, we can heat it back up and it'll become very molten like lava again. So a little bit more about Marvin Oliver. He was a coastal Salish Native American artist here. He worked at the University of Washington, where he taught the Native American studies. He also won the Odegaard Award, which is one of the highest awards you can really receive from the University of Washington before he passed on. His work is world famous. and very heavily concentrated within the Seattle community. He has worked in glass, bronze, steel, and paper. He was a mastermind of ideas, integrating materials into his glass that would add texture, relief, and beauty. He constantly was pushing the envelope with new materials, size, and techniques. His motto was always work with the best technicians to create the best sculptures. He's known for his large-scale public works as well as his works in glass and both public and private collections around the world. In the Tacoma Art Museum, he has several of Marvin's pieces. They have several of Marvin's pieces within their collection. And then today, of course, we are casting his sculpture's Spirit of Our Youth, which will be inserted into the sides of the fin, the 26 bronze sculpture outside of the main entrance to the youth detention facility in Seattle. The cast glass faces will be mirrored and inserted into the sculpture. The mold was created with wood carved positives, and then we made a graphite mold for purposes of casting. So we're gonna take it around the corner and place it into the annealing oven where it's gonna cool down overnight. Welcome to the hot shop. If you guys are interested in hanging out with us, you're more than welcome to have a seat. We're gonna relax for a little bit and allow our graphite mold to cool down, and then we're going to re-pour that honey-like glass back into the mold. It's gonna freeze, and then you guys will be able to see how these faces are being created, glass casted here in the hot shop. Levi is here as the visiting artist for the day. He's rented the hot shop to be able to create these works for artist Marvin Oliver. He was a Seattle-based glass artist that has worked with many different mediums such as glass, bronze, steel, and paper. He also was awarded, during his time at the University of Washington as a professor, he was also awarded the Odegaard Award, which is a very, very high honoring award, the highest award you can receive from the university. His work is very well known and very heavily community based here in Seattle, Washington. He has installations at the Children's Hospital in Seattle. He also has worked with many different great Seattle-based glass artists. And today we're making his work, Spirit of Our Youth, which will be inserted into the faces of the fin of a 26-foot bronze sculpture outside. It'll be placed outside of the main entrance of the youth detention facility in Seattle. So we're gonna take a moment and just allow for the graphite here to cool down. It's still like super duper scorching hot, and it's a face. And this fan here is just assisting it with the cool down so then we can re-pour the glass in just a moment. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out and I'll be happy to answer your questions. In just a moment, we will start to pour the glass into the mold. We are creating a Marvin Oliver glass inserts for an installation that will go in front of the Seattle Youth Detention Facility. It is known as the Spirit of Our Youth. That is the sculpture. Many things that we do here, well, all things that we do here in the hot shop start in the furnace. The furnace is the large ceramic tank that holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. We will be scooping the glass from the furnace. It's a silver tank there. The furnace can hold up to 1,000 pounds and it rests at 2,100 degrees. After scooping the glass out of the furnace with the ladle, we'll pour it into the graphite mold. The graphite mold was made from a wood positive mold to create a negative, and then we're going to pour glass into it to create positive glass faces. If you look up on the big screen, it'll look similar to the one there. All right, if you guys have questions, let me know. My name is Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. They're going to start pouring. It's really important that we're in a dim lit setting so we're able to read how the glass cools down. Typically it's a lot brighter in here, but we have to turn the lights down because if it's too bright, we won't be able to see the glass cool down. We're not able to read how the thermal energy is navigating its way out of the hot glass. The artist's name is Marvin Oliver. He was a Native American artist. He did pass on in his 70s. I believe his wife is still with us, and so his studios are probably still also producing his work. This is a King County Art Commission project, and it is also in collaboration with For the Culture, a different organization, to bring his work to life. In the earlier days when he was alive, he worked with Levi, the man with the suspenders on, and then Eric, the taller gentleman in the blue shirt. And so they were a part of his team, and they've worked with him in the past. And so that, it's good to see hands that, were around that are still carrying out the work and the legacy of Marvin. What he's doing is Trenton is torching the bubbles out of the glass. You don't want really large bubbles inside of the glass due to stress. You don't want that negative void. You want all the glass to chill evenly together. And so we'll just cure those, the perimeter of the glass as well with the hot torch. And because the lights are low, we're able to watch the glass cool back down to where it's cool enough to be taken out of the mold and then put away at a different point into the annealing oven. We can recycle clear glass here in the hot shop, and that's a process known as charging the furnace. So as we continue to take glass out of the furnaces here, Nick, our hot shop technician, his job is to monitor, rebuild the equipment, upkeep the equipment, and then also refill the furnaces. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace are these large tanks that are silver with the black doors. They run off of natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Can we see the furnace diagram? They hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and as you can see, the inside there's a green bowl. That crucible is what holds that 2,100 degrees worth of hot glass. It stays on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because you don't want to turn it off and on. It would be counterproductive, and it's cheaper to keep it on than it is to turn it off and then turn it back on. And you don't want to cool the glass down, because when it cools, it shrinks. And it can crack the crucible because the glass is, you know, stuck to the walls in that bowl. Thank you. So as we continue to scoop the glass out of the furnace here in the hot shop, Nick is going to have to refill the levels. He'll have to recharge the furnace at some point next week after all the classes. So we also have a course here, a class in the evening. It's known as Hot Shop Heroes. So if you know any veterans that are aligned with the VA that would benefit from having 8 weeks of free glass blowing classes, go online to our Hot Shop Heroes, our programs and workshop tabs, and refer your friends to come and get reacclimated into group settings to the Hot Shop Heroes program. That's a class that we run in the evening. So can we see the charging the furnace video to learn about how the furnace gets refilled with glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
After this one, we'll take a lunch break for about 1 hour, and then we'll come back. But don't leave yet. We're still going to pop this out of the mold so you can see closer to what the finish will look like. We'll take a lunch break for about 1 hour, then we'll come back and we'll continue to pour. Yeah, so why are we under a 90-foot cone? Well, when Del Chihuly decided to revitalize the waterway, the effort was to pay homage to the old Tacoma. And down here on the waterway were these really pretty patinaed wigwam burners, and they would burn off anything that came down the waterway. So whether it be wood or particles, it would just burn it all off in this area. So when Chihuly got with the architects, they designed a 90-foot cone to pay homage to old Tacoma, so in remembrance. Yeah, so that's why we're under a 90-foot cone. So we'll take it over to the annealing oven where it'll rest. These will take 3 days to cool down due to their thickness. And then we'll take them out. They'll get some mirror on the back, and then they'll be placed into a 26-foot bronze sculpture that will be in front of the youth detention facility in Seattle. It's known as the Spirit of Our Youth. So now, guys, we're going to take a lunch break. We'll be back in about an hour or so, maybe a little more. It'll be on the monitors in the Grand Hall. So allow us to take a break, and we'll be back, okay? Come back after our lunch break. We'll do it all again. Thank you.
welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. My name is Charlotte, and I'm going to be your MC for today. So I'm going to be kind of talking to you about what we're doing in our hot shop. Clearly, you can see that we are currently kind of ladling out molten glass from our glass furnace, and we're actually pouring it into this cast, or like basically a mold. And that's allowing us to actually get the glass to take shape of this face. So you can see we're kind of running through some of the images now. But this is what we've been working on today. The images that you're seeing up on the screen are all of the work of actually Marvin Oliver. So this is his line of work, and then today we're doing the actual casting of these faces that will then be installed. But yeah, so lots of really high intensity and really interesting things to kind of watch today. It's going to be kind of loud in our hot shop, so I'll be kind of here to check in and out with you guys. And then, of course, if you have any questions that come up during the demonstration, let me know. So in a few moments here, we're actually going to be kind of flipping the mold or the cast over onto a surface that we can then use to kind of carry it to our annealer. So the annealers are the big black boxes that you see on either side of the hot shop. But in our case today, we're actually going to be using an annealer that is at the back of the hot shop where we can't see, just because it is larger and we'll be able to store quite a few of them inside of that annealer versus these ones out here. So the reason that we're doing this is actually to honor an artist that passed away back in 2019. So Marvin Oliver, he was an artist that made all those images that you were seeing on the PowerPoint earlier. And actually, if we could play that slides of all those images. So this is the artwork that he had produced previously. And so we're using this cast, and we're casting all of this hot molten glass into it to create these faces kind of in honor of him. So there's like one of the faces that is very similar to what we're making today. But pretty soon here, we're going to just get ready to go ahead and send it off into the annealer. The annealer is where it then will slowly cool down to a room temperature. Usually that's an overnight process, so about 12 hours, but in our case it'll probably be longer just because we're working with solid glass. And so we have to make sure that that core temperature matches the outside temperature. And since it's really, really thick, it's going to take a little bit longer for it to properly cool down. The other thing that's going to be kind of happening is we'll cast one of the faces, and then our glass blowers will take a little break, and then we'll do another one. So we're kind of going to be working in a little bit of a routine of finishing one, taking a 10-minute break, doing another one, just because it does take a lot of physical strength to scoop up all of that molten glass and start pouring it into that cast. So you'll notice that right now he's using this super hot torch and just heating those edges, again, just trying to keep them hot enough that nothing's going to crack and actually won't cool down too quickly. And from this camera angle, we can actually already start to see that face showing up in the glass. The other important thing to mention is that we don't have any color that has been added to this glass. So it was pulled straight out of our glass furnace, which holds completely clear glass. And we did not add any sort of color to it. A little bit about our glass furnace. So you can see it's this guy with the door on it. Kind of opens and closes. It's got about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass inside of it. We have 2 inside of our hot shop. So you can see on either side. And they never turn off. We actually keep them running 24/7. Because you can imagine 1,000 pounds of hot glass. We don't want it to be cooling down every single day and trying to reheat it. So we just keep it on all the time. And it keeps all that glass hot for us. Most cases during a typical day at the museum, we wouldn't actually be kind of scooping hot glass out of our glass furnace. We'd be using the pipes to gather the glass. So it's a little bit interesting. We're using our hot shop in a different way than what is typically known as glass blowing. So you'll see we're giving it a little flip over now so that we can get all that glass out of its cast. And we actually get a little bit of a glimpse at it now. And then we're going to transfer it again, kind of onto this wooden structure that almost you would use for like pizza in a pizza oven. And then they're putting it away. Oh, and we are going to be putting it away into the annealer here in the hot shop. So you can see how they kind of just slide it off of that wood into that annealer. And now it's going to be safe inside of there. It's not going to get too hot or too cold. It's going to keep it at a stable temperature so that it's not going to crack or break, but it's also not going to be hot enough to become fluid again. So I think our glass blowers are going to take a short little break, and then we're going to do another one. So if you didn't get to see the beginning of the process as we kind of dumped that molten glass, or you want to see it again, you can hang around and we'll be starting on another one shortly. So while we're hanging out, I would love to just kind of remind everybody of some really fun events that the museum has coming up. This weekend, we are hosting an event called Joint Venture through Saturday and Sunday. You may have seen some of the items on display that we're going to be kind of celebrating throughout this weekend. We're going to have this hot shop filled with artists. It's going to be really, really fun time. And if you're in the area, we're also going to have a special kind of after hours event on Saturday the 19th. From about 5 to 8, we're going to have, like outdoor beer garden and all this fun stuff, outdoor market. So if you are in the area, you should come see us this weekend. And then we're also going to be having a lecture with the painter Alexis Rockman. So we're going to have that lecture happen, and it's free to students. So if you go to any of the local schools in the area, you can actually get free admission into the lecture, and that'll be on April 23rd. We'll have the lecture, like a Q&A, and then we're also going to have a reception with the artist. And then last but not least, of course, just checking out our website. We have plenty of interactive events. If you've ever wanted to do glass blowing or you want to kind of get involved into the world of glass art, we have lots of really fun opportunities that we post on our website and on our social media. Just while we're hanging out, thought I would kind of fill everybody in on all the cool things that the museum's trying to do and keep up with. So you can see here's one of our educational studio workshops that we do, where we actually do fused glass. So you aren't working actively with hot glass, but you get to make really cool little dishes and trays. So yeah, we'd love to see you guys this weekend, and hopefully, maybe even at that lecture that we're going to be having. All right, so it looks like they are kind of resetting and getting ready to fill this cast once again. We kind of had to, the reason we had to wait was just so that the cast could actually cool down, because we want it to cool back down before we start pouring fresh glass into it. But I just thought you guys should know, we started with basically a full furnace of glass today. And now we are just about empty. So we have gone through quite a lot of glass making these, just because, again, we're having to scoop up a full ladle and pour it in, and these are full solid glass castings. So you'll see that the scoop that we're getting actually isn't completely full, and that's just because we're almost scraping the bottom of our furnace trying to get that glass. So you can see how they kind of work in a routine with one another, making sure that it's quick and efficient and that it's kind of one ladle after the next of glass, because we don't want any sort of folds or any sort of lines in the glass. So again, we're going to go in with this very large blowtorch just to kind of cover the entire surface and heat the entire thing. But we're also going in with that smaller blowtorch that is actually hotter so that we can specifically target certain areas. I also want to point out we're using these wooden paddles to actually protect one another from the heat that is radiating off of the glass. So this is something that we do even when we're just doing regular traditional glass blowing. We protect one another with these wooden paddles to make sure that the heat radiating off of the glass isn't hitting anyone's bare skin. All right, so it's that time again where we're gonna get ready to go ahead and kind of transfer over onto this wood platter so that we can then transfer it once again so that it is ready to go into the annealer. So giving it a little flip and getting it out of that mold, and we all get a little glimpse at what it looks like if we can see past all the smoke that's billowing out. And off it goes into the annealer safely. So since we are pretty rapidly running out of glass in our glass furnace, at least one of them, I do believe we'll either do one more of these large casts, or we're going to actually move on to a smaller one. We might even do some kind of prep work for tomorrow. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see what they end up deciding they want to do. All right, so yeah, we're going to be moving on to a smaller cast. So that's what we're going to be pouring into now, since we have, started to run low on the glass that we have available in our glass furnace. So it's a similar, I think, if not the same design, it's just a much smaller version. So it should only take us one scoop to be able to fill that one versus 4 scoops to fill the large one. So they're going to work on that, and then we also might have some of the artists splitting off to the other side of the hot shop to start prepping some things for this weekend. So you actually might kind of get a little glimpse of some of the stuff that we're going to be prepping for our large group piece that will be being made this weekend. So for those of you that may have recently joined us, we've been doing a bunch of poured, casted like molds with molten glass. So we've actually been kind of scooping up some glass out of our glass furnace and then pouring it into this cast so that we can get this very specific casted face. So we were working with this very large cast over here. But you can imagine it takes quite a lot of glass to fill up that large cast. So we actually have kind of pivoted and moved on to a smaller version. The pattern or the design is relatively, I think, identical. And you'll see we're just going to go ahead and give it a flip. And it will go off to the annealer. And you can just see it's very small compared to the one that we were previously making. It takes like 1 scoop of the molten glass out of the furnace, whereas the large one was taking us, 2, 3, sometimes even 4. And meanwhile, on the other side of the hot shop, which is a little bit hard for some people to see because of this large box in the way, this is what we call the garage. But they're working on some prep for this weekend. So if you weren't here, we have a really exciting and fun event that we are hosting this weekend at the museum called Joint Venture. We're going to have tons of artists. We're going to have the hot shop filled with people. We're going to have people doing a lot of flame working. So they'll actually be at like tabletop torch making pieces. And then we'll also have, our glass blowers making a larger group piece as well. It's lots of fun. It's going to be really exciting. It'll be for this whole weekend. So they're just working on some prep work for this weekend to be successful. So again, if you have any questions about what we're kind of doing in the hot shop, let me know. Right now, we're also going to be letting our mold cool down that we're using. So you'll see that we're going to let it kind of cool off, and then we're going to kind of do round 2 and fill it once again. But in the meantime, while they are kind of having a pause and letting the mold cool down, we can kind of shift our attention over and hopefully get to see them start to work on prepping some pieces. So you'll notice that the stuff that we're working on over on this side of the hot shop is definitely not your kind of typical glass blowing, what you would imagine glass blowing to kind of be, where it's on a pipe and we're able to like blow that air into the pipe and kind of create this beautiful vase or, some sort of blown object. Today we're doing, these actual casts. So we're using a pre-made mold to then pour the glass into. This also means that the piece itself is completely solid. And you can get a glimpse at how we scoop that molten glass out of our glass furnace and then pour it into our cast, and just how vibrantly it kind of glows. The other important thing to kind of remember is that the glass that we get out of our glass furnace is completely clear. So it looks like it has some sort of color to it, and that's just because of how hot it is. So you'll see they also go ahead and kind of dump the leftover glass into that barrel. This is just where it can like cool down in a safe way so that it doesn't kind of crack and shatter and go everywhere and hurt somebody. So we're able to kind of keep it in that controlled environment to let it cool down. But you'll notice we're now just going to start kind of torching the surface of the glass inside of that cast. That's a really good question. So what is this big box over here, this big black box? This is what we call the annealer. So the annealer is where we put the glass once it's finished. So when we finish this piece, you'll see them actually kind of carry it over into that box, and then that's where it stays to slowly cool down. So if we were to allow it to cool down out here in this environment, it would cool down too fast, and then it would break. So we have to put it somewhere safe where it can slowly cool down, and we can kind of control it. What does it look like? Like the inside? The inside is kind of, it's all open, and it's kind of this white color. It's got this insulated kind of brick that lines it so that we can put all the glass in there, and it has plenty of space for lots of stuff to go inside of there and then slowly cool down. Yeah, it's like a big oven. When it comes out, it looks a little bit different than it looks right now because it's not hot anymore. So we can touch it and look at it. What it'll look like when it's cooled down, once it comes out of the annealer, is going to be completely clear. So you'll be able to see through it, but you'll also see that face, right? Because we're putting it into this mold so that it gets that shape and that face on the surface. What is it? Yeah, so this is we're making these in honor of an artist that passed away who used to make these tribal masks and faces. Could we actually play the slideshow of all of his artwork? We have like a nice slideshow that shows you all of the previous stuff that he's made, so you can get kind of an idea of where these faces end up going. Some of these are, other pieces. But a couple in here actually show you those tribal masks, those tribal faces. Yeah. So he also worked with brass a lot. So a lot of his pieces were then put with brass and then created kind of these sculptural pieces. Of course. When's it going to be over? When are these going to be done? That's a good question. So sometimes it's overnight, like 12 hours, but since these pieces are completely solid, right, there's no air bubble inside of them, it takes a little bit longer. So it might take them a couple of days until they cool down. So we won't be able to see them for a while. Once they get put in there, they kind of are like put to bed, and we let them just hang out until they're finished. So you'll see we're flipping it over, and then we're going to go ahead and then transfer it again so that we can actually carry it off to the annealer. So you can see for a brief moment before it gets put away what it kind of looks like. You saw it, yeah. And then it just kind of gets put away into the annealer where it can safely kind of rest until it starts to cool down. So at the end of the day, we'll tell it that it can start to cool down, and then we'll probably see them in a couple days or so. It'll take quite a while for those pieces to cool down just because they have a really big thickness of glass. The thicker the glass is, the longer it takes for it to cool. So again, we're going to kind of repeat the same process of letting that cast cool down for a little while, and then we'll fill it up again, and then we'll torch it, and then we'll put it off and away. I'm going to go to the other side of the hot shop just to take a peek at what we're working on. So again, on the other side of our hot shop, we're just working on like prepping some stuff for this weekend. So right now we actually have some glass on the end of a blowpipe, and we have put some color onto it as well. If we could actually get a camera angle of the bench where we're prepping for the weekend, that would be awesome. But you can kind of see as he comes over, there's just a little bit of color on the end of that pipe that is over the top of some clear glass. And now he's actually going to go inside of that glass furnace and gather a new layer of clear glass. And when he comes out, the glass is going to look like it has, you know, this kind of yellowy orange color to it, but really the glass that we just got is completely clear. So our cast has cooled down, and we're starting it once again. We're going to fill it up. We've just scooped out a whole spoonful of molten glass, and now we're going to pour it into that mold. And then again, we're going to get rid of that excess into a safe spot, and then we're dunking that whole ladle into a kind of vat of water just to cool it down really fast. So on the other side of the hot shop, you'll notice that we have kind of blown this long tube of colored glass. So they have actual color that they added onto the surface of their clear bubble. And then he's actually gone in and started to stretch the glass into this long tube. And now he's going to start to kind of separate pieces out. So he's taking his jacks and actually separating some of those pieces away, and then using the shears to just further indent the glass. Everyone's migrating over. So you'll see he just went ahead and broke that excess glass off. And what color is that?
Probably green.
Yeah, it looks green. Yeah.
It's just some scrap transparent from downstairs.
Are you just making little color cups?
No.
What are you making?
So these are like will be the sort of the collars for the downstem on a rig.
Oh, cool.
So so we'll make these. And this is what holds. This is the hole that's inside that holds the downstem on a like a soft glass pipe. And it's the same thing on borosilicate as well. They just made out of borosilicate. So
Yeah.
I have the slides downstairs, but this will be calipered so that I'll pull these out in the morning and cut them.
Pull them out in the morning, cut them. Okay.
I'll take them out of the annealer. I'll cut them and polish one side. So it's like 3/4 of an inch tall. So like I'm going to use that much of this.
Okay.
And the inside needs to be a little bit smaller than that. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Polish it, and then when we're making the thing, actually I'm going to make tomorrow. We're going to make some of these tomorrow. We're going to make a little Easter egg rig.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And that's what this will be for.
Okay, it is
And
green.
we might use it for some things on the weekend too.
Okay.
So, yes.
Cool, cool. Thank you. So on the far side of the hot shop, the color that we're using is this kind of like transparent light green. You can actually see, if you get a little glimpse of that piece that we kind of cut off from the rest of it on the floor, you can actually start to see that true color showing up. And it just shows you how distorted the color gets from the heat. So again, he's kind of making these little sections. These are actually going to be the collars to the downstem on like a rig. Because again, these are all going to be pieces that are being prepped and made for this weekend for our 420 event. And we're making a lot of really cool stuff for kind of the week. But basically, he's kind of breaking these into small, like 3-inch sections. And then tomorrow, he'll pull them out of the annealer and do some polishing and kind of cleaning up to them, and then actually be using them to create larger pieces. So there's kind of a lot that goes into, making something that many people see as inappropriate or paraphernalia. It's also, art, and it takes a lot of time and consideration. So that's kind of what we're seeing, is just some small pieces that are being prepped and made for tomorrow. He was talking about tomorrow making a Easter egg pipe or like rig, so that'll be really fun to kind of see come to life. And we're just going to be making a lot of really playful pieces throughout this end of the week and the weekend as well. over on the far side, he's making these little 3-inch tubes out of this green glass that he's going to be using tomorrow. So he's basically just creating this tube of glass that's hollow in the center, and he's making sure that it's the exact right size, and then he's trimming it off and putting it away into the annealer. You remember us talking about the annealer. And so those pieces that he's putting into this annealer over here, we're going to see tomorrow. And he's going to polish them and get them ready, and then they're going to be made into a bigger piece for Easter, actually. We're going to make Easter eggs and stuff. So since everybody's kind of moved up to this top layer, I want to say that when they actually flip this out of the cast, you'll probably be able to get a better look at it from this kind of bird's eye view to get a really good idea of what it actually looks like. Just because it is definitely hard to see from this angle. So hopefully from the top, you'll be able to see kind of that pattern and that face a little bit better. All right, so the time has come for us to have them flip it. So we're going to see in just a moment here that they're going to grab it, flip it over onto this wooden plank. It's kind of similar to when like your cake gets stuck in its cake pan and you kind of have to give it a couple of good taps to get it out. But you'll see as we now take it away and into the annealer to safely cool down. Welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We're pretty relaxed today. We're kind of just working on this one project that's pretty rinse and repeat. So you can kind of see a little glimpse of it right now. We just filled up this cast with molten glass out of our glass furnace. So it's a solid glass kind of sculpture that we, poured the glass into this cast so that we could actually get the same thing over and over. And we're doing this kind of in memoriam of a artist that passed away that was, famously known for doing these kind of tribal masks and created a lot of artwork out of them using brass and the glass to create these sculptures. So we've been casting a lot of these today. Earlier we were working with this larger cast. I don't know if you can see on this table here. That's like, 4 times the size of the one that we're working with now. But we were starting to run really, really low on glass in our glass furnace. You can imagine we're kind of actually scooping and ladling out the molten glass and then pouring it into these casts. And so we've been doing it all day, and eventually the glass furnace is going to go from full to nearly empty, which is kind of where we're at now. That's why we've actually pivoted to working on the smaller one. But yeah, so we're just right now actually torching the surface just to smooth out any kind of folds or anything, kind of any imperfections on the surface. And then they're going to get ready to actually flip it and let the glass fall out of the cast, and then we'll put it away into what we call the annealer. So that's the large black box on the side of the hot shop that you see, and that's where we put all of our glass to allow it to slowly cool down to room temperature. So this has kind of been our main focus today. Some of our other glass blowers did break off and are off to the side kind of working on prep pieces. So just prepping for tomorrow and this event that we have this weekend. We're hosting our joint ventures event from the 19th to the 20th to celebrate glass artists, pipe makers, and rig makers, bong makers, all that fun stuff. We're doing a whole long weekend event where we're going to fill the entire hot shop with all kinds of artists. And so we're kind of just doing some prep work for it over to the side just to make sure that we're prepared and ready to go for this weekend. So if you have any questions that kind of come up, just because this is a little bit of a repetitive process, I won't, bore you by going through it every single time. But if you have questions that kind of come up or something happens that piques your interest, just let me know. I'm here to answer them and kind of have conversations with you about what we're doing and what's happening. So the other thing that I kind of forgot to mention is in between each cast that we do, we actually have to take a little pause and let the mold cool down because we can't do it kind of back to back. We got to allow time for that mold to cool down. And you'll see right now it's actually in front of this fan. So we're kind of fanning it and trying to cool it down. And then in a moment, we'll be able to just do it all over again, and you'll be able to see how we kind of scoop that glass out of our glass furnace and ladle it into the cast, which is definitely really fun to see and a little bit crazy because you're watching this molten glass kind of move like lava and fill this cast. So I'll just point out really quick on the other side of our hot shop that he's actually got some glass on the end of a blowpipe so that we can actually blow air into it and expand it. Previously, he was making kind of this long tube of colored glass that then he was breaking into like 3-inch sections that we're then going to be using as like the collar on a downstem for a rig. So, you know, it's just a lot of like those really little kind of detail pieces that we want to just already have kind of pre-made and ready to go by this weekend. And also tomorrow we plan to make a Easter egg bong of sorts. So we got a lot of fun things that we're kind of planning for the next few days that I'll have to kind of do with our event this weekend once again. So yeah, if you're in the area and you want to come hang out, we also do an outdoor market the whole day. So we'll have actual local glass sellers outside selling things other than, you know, functional glass pieces. you'll see that we're actually starting to pour that hot glass into our mold now. So you can see that they scooped it up into these ladles, and then now they're kind of letting it pour into the mold. And we're having to get actually a third scoop just because we are really running low on how much glass we have. So you'll see that right now the glass looks like it has some sort of color to it. It looks like it's like this yellowy kind of color. But really it is colorless. It's completely clear glass. But right now it's going to be kind of distorted just because of how hot it is. Again, we are working with like 2,000 degree temperatures, 2,100 degrees. Yeah, so he's kind of going in. The larger blowtorch is just to like cover the entire thing, right? Trying to heat the whole thing, mostly to make sure that the glass settles into the cast properly and we don't get any kind of folding. Since we had to do 3 different dumps of glass, we don't want any sort of, like lines between them. And so we're trying to heat a lot of that out while the glass is still like molten. And then he's going in now with the small torch kind of on the edges and is going to target specific areas that we want to either keep hot or we want to kind of adjust a little bit. We want it to either kind of smooth out or we want it to not have any of those kind of lines in it. So this is kind of just a moment of like, we want the glass to solidify in that mold, but we also want to make sure that there's no imperfections that we can prevent. And he'll actually do this part of the process for quite some time. He sits here and kind of torches the whole thing over and over for a good couple of minutes before we then flip it and kind of put it away. And while he's kind of doing this, if we could actually show the slideshow of all the previous artwork from this artist, just to give our audience a little bit of a idea of, what these masks, these tribal masks do look like. It would be great to show that slideshow of the other work that we have. Thank you. So here's just some example pictures that we have from the artist that we are kind of honoring today and creating these pieces in memory of. So Marvin Oliver is the artist. You can see one of those tribal faces now. And actually, these are pretty iconic in the Tacoma area. We actually have some in the Tacoma Art Museum, so in TAM, which is right down the street from us. Some of his artwork, I do believe, is still on display in there. And he's just very well known for, these tribal faces that he then mixes with bronze to create these beautiful statues and sculptures. Here's another one that's, very large, and it has that tribal face kind of hidden right in the center there. Of course, the difference between the ones that we're seeing on demonstration through the photos is that the ones we're making are completely clear. They don't have any sort of color to them, whereas the ones that we were seeing kind of in the photographs do have color. So yeah, we're making a bunch of them. We've made a bunch of the large ones. We've now made quite a few of the smaller ones. So we're kind of just pumping them out today. We started with a full glass furnace. And again, it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And we started with it completely full, and now we're kind of scraping the bottom, trying to get anything else out that we can. So yeah, it just goes to show that we have used a lot of glass to make these pieces today. Thank you for the slideshow. We can go back to the hot shop, where we are getting ready to go ahead and flip it over and get it out of its cast. And then you'll see that they're going to kind of push it onto this other wooden surface to be able to actually carry it into the annealer. Yeah, so since these are solid glass and they don't have any sort of air pocket in them, the thickness is quite a lot. So depending on the thickness, that changes how long it has to actually cool for. In my mind, it's probably going to be like a couple of days, but I can't guarantee that. They might decide to do longer just to be safe. Typically, on a regular day, the pieces would be in there for about 12 hours, so kind of like an overnight cycle, so that we would be able to see them tomorrow and pull them out. But since these are, again, bigger pieces, especially those those other ones are huge, we don't want any risk of it not cooling properly and then it cracking and breaking and wasting all of that glass. So it'll be a couple of days that they hang out and cool down. And they go from like 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and they slowly tick down until they reach about 70 degrees. And then we can start to pull them out. It doesn't necessarily have cool air that blows in there, but it just has a way of lowering the temperature through electronically. So it's all done electronically, and it has this fancy little like keypad on the side that allows us to kind of change the temperature and also kind of schedule how long we want it to take to cool down, and then it all happens electronically. So it's not necessarily that it's cold air that's kind of blowing on them, but it's just that it's slowly decreasing how much energy it's putting into heating it. Does that kind of make sense? Okay. Yeah, it's really, really slow. It is super, super duper slow. I mean, I wish that I had a way to kind of reference it to you and show you, but it's like within a minute you're watching it tick down by one. You know, it's nothing very rapid. And that's just because glass, if not cooled properly, will shatter. And so, yeah. That's why we can't, just put it out here on the floor and let it cool down. We would have, broken glass all over the place. So it looks like we pulled out an even smaller mold, even smaller cast, because we are definitely at the point where scooping is no longer an option, because we are truly hitting the bottom of the glass furnace. So instead he's using a solid pipe, so this does not have any sort of blowhole through the pipe, and is actually gathering up some glass on the end of the pipe and then letting that fill up the cast. So we have transitioned it into something even smaller now. You'll also notice that it's a lot quicker than the last ones. And this mold, this cast doesn't have any handles on the side for us, so we actually have to attach something else to be able to flip it. But it looks like they're going to kind of just, one after the other for these. Because of the size, we don't have to actually let it cool down between each one. And it's really a quick process of torching it and then sending it off on its way. Hello, welcome in, you guys. We're pretty, relaxed for the rest of the day. We have been working on these poured, casted pieces. So we've actually been kind of pouring the glass into a cast and creating these kind of tribal masks, these faces. You can see the molds. We had 3 different sizes that we've been working on. And we've actually started to run out of glass in our glass furnace because we were started with the really big ones, and we got to a point where we were kind of scraping the bottom of the glass furnace to fill the medium. And then finally we were like, okay, we got to move all the way down to the smallest, tiniest one. But I think that they might be just about done over here. On the other side of the hot shop, we have our glassblowers working on some prep work for this weekend, because we do have a really incredible event that we will be hosting this weekend through the 19th and the 20th, our joint venture event. It's going to be the 2nd year that we've ever hosted it, and our hot shop's going to be filled with all kinds of artists working on tons of pieces. And you may have seen some of the displayed pieces out in the Grand Hall as well. So they're kind of just prepping a lot of stuff that then will be used either tomorrow, Friday, or this weekend for us to make different rigs and bongs and pipes and all that stuff. So yeah, I highly suggest if you're in the area and you want to come hang out, you want to go to a fun outdoor festival where we're going to have like market going on, lots of local glass sellers, and then also a like after hours event where we're going to have a beer garden and even more demonstrations going on in the hot shop. Come make your way down here and hang out with us for the weekend, because we definitely would love to have the company. But otherwise, we're pretty quiet in here for the rest of the day. So if you have any questions that you want answered or anything is kind of piquing your interest, let me know. I'm here to answer any questions and kind of chat with you. Otherwise, I'm going to let you guys just kind of hang out, walk around, get a good look at everything.